Well, it's been a magical morning here. The 31st of January, 2024. Market's open. I had the express pleasure of getting stuck in traffic on the school run this morning, so late start yesterday, day before. No stream, busy with trying to get some stuff straightened out here. And I wasn't planning to trade, so I'm trying to not have streams just wander on for the hell of it. Well, we're opening lower out of range. There's a whole bunch of numbers out this morning. Let's see if I can pull those up based on if the library's working here. I have such an issue. I do all this kind of snaps and stuff on my other machines. Yeah, so we had non-farm change number out this morning. We've got Chicago PMI at 845, 730 was unemployment cost index. Crude FOMC statement at 1 o'clock. It's going to just be magic. A magical day. And earnings. Some big earnings out. Microsoft and Google are now market cap of over $1 trillion. That's a lot. And here we are up here testing looks like we're going to test the overnight VPOC. This is the overnight column. This is started at 1700 last night. This is today's RTH column, volume profile. And this is the session, or the chart. These are the statistics of the price levels pushed from IRT and the statistics that each of these will be hit or not during this session. So we've tagged out the biggie, almost, not quite. So I suppose there were some folks in that swing up off of 25 looking for the overnight POC and then the overnight high, wherever the hell that went. Right there. Pretty low stats, though. I'm not so sure that would be something I'd be holding on for, but anyway. Yeah, I have no idea whether I'll put any trades on today, but I did want to put the stream up and kind of get my head back in this game where it needs to be. And looks like we're going to have some responsive buying. Now, one thing to remember, the fact that we opened lower out of range, that is essentially a gap, albeit a little teeny one. Here's the open, and here's yesterday's close. I'm talking about the range gap. They've tested up to the overnight VPOC a couple of times and haven't made it any higher. You can see, oops, you can see what that looks like here. And I need to change these to the RTH session now so that the proper stuff goes across. So here's yesterday's close. There's our little teeny weeny gap, and we're just a little bit of a separation there. Yeah, so this is a wait and see game, I would guess, with all these numbers and FOMC coming up and whatever else. Got a number out at 45, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, magical stuff. I don't know what that's all about. I hate that beep and I don't know what it is. Yeah, we've got Chicago PMI at 0845 Central Standard Time, which is the time zone I'm in. So in 6 minutes. And then crude inventories, which is not such a big deal, at 9:30, and 1:00 FOMC statement, and then including the rate decision and press conference. So that's going to be a market mover, to say the least. The last big, huge rally we had was when they dropped the idea of their Fed funding, and Janet Yellen, the Treasury, day before yesterday. That's this beauty here on the microcomposite. This is our microcomposite VPOC. High volume nodes. It's pretty obvious where the low volume nodes are, I guess. Yeah. I would love to. Trying out a couple different things here. I've filtered the balls or the bubbles. I've put in the last price and colored it a grayish instead of that real bright white thing. My thinking is that I'll be able to, it might add some clarity to whether they're hitting the bid or lifting the offer and still not be quite so shocking. Have the overnight VPOC or the full session. The brighter yellow is the current session, RTH. And then I have the mid and the VWAP. And this is a correlation of the NQ. And that's it. I would say it's the waiting game. I definitely am. I don't know about anybody else, but 8 handles range, basically. It's here to here. And here we sit. In the hold. Notice the buckle thin way down. These numbers over here. I guess that could be seen. The bid and the ask here. These numbers will be thinned way out. I don't know whether my mouse, there it is, visible. There's no liquidity laying in the book. It's lifting off. Oh. Everybody's waiting for this moment right here. Chicago PMI. And here we come for the number. I'm hoping that all this is working magically. Seems to be. You can see a real tight consolidation here of 8 handles waiting for this number to come out. I have my risk neutral bracket set up and configured. And here we go. Let's see what happens next. There is the overnight low stat out. I'm suggesting the number's a miss without looking at it, just watching the market. Going to test down to the high volume node at the micro composite VPOC, I would suppose, from the looks of things. Or not. Pretty close, so. And what was that number? What was that number? Yeah, it was forecast for 48. Previous was 47.2. It's down to 46. So not much of a miss, but I guess that's all they need. Now we'll see if they get it back to the scene of the crime or just hammer it. I'm not sure that 1 point, excuse me, 1 point is going to be such a big deal, especially considering that the big news of the day is going to be the FOMC stuff, I think. Testing up to the bottom of that overnight low, they've extended the low side out here. Looks like we're going to test down now to the micro composite VPOC and that high volume node. A lot of liquidity waiting down there for them. All of this stuff right here is all this is just these reflection of these numbers. That's it. The heat map just displays the relative size of the liquidity which is in the book or on the dome. Old-time traders just, read the tape and trade the dome. I can't make sense out of all those numbers. I'm fairly dyslexic, so that's not very handy for me. This graphical representation is easier for me to interpret and react to. There we are at the VPOC. Now what'll happen? Now what will happen? Looks like we're getting quite a few more sellers than buyers here. 407 contracts, 15 orders. That's pretty good size coming off of there. About 15 handles wide so far in the session. Pretty much upside stats still open. The overnight VPOC, previous high, which is the gap, previous low, and then the overnight high. All of those, except in a lower out of range configuration, you can see that it's only 35.6% of the time. we hit the low. And 71 points, I mean the high, and 71 percent we hit the low, which we have repeated. So there is no stat for the micro composite because it's too arbitrarily drawn. You can only have, you can't have stats with multiple variables, obviously. It's not statistically significant anymore. So they're going to bounce it up off of that thing and go back to the VPOC and the mid and the VWAP and all of that stuff. Looks so. Doesn't, that conservatively saying that, this is an asymmetrical trade. If you just took a long off the bottom and hope for the best, you could have a one tick stop or two and see where you go. But that's not really, there is enough room to for enough range on the trade, but why would that happen? That's just gambling. That's not any kind of a, it's not any kind of a structured trade or a vetted trade unless you want to get real creative and call it mean reversion, which under the circumstances isn't suggested because the context is pretty clearly down so far, right? Mean reversions in a rotational or balanced day, as I understand it. So there we are. Worth noting, in my opinion, that we tested right up here to the developing value area low and were rejected lower. That's a sign that the traders don't find this value area, the current value area, to be valid, in my opinion. They're still trying to buy it over here. And they may well do so. NQ is trying to do something, I don't know what. I would say if they get under that micro composite VPOC and the current IB low, which is obviously just for the first hour of trading of the regular trading session, the IB low and IB high are just high and low of the first hour period. Nothing magical about that. Yeah, this is probably not a day to worry about trading too much. We got crude. No, the next big number that's going to come out is going to only be the FOMC at 1,300. So that's Yeah. I can't say. I would be prone to only be looking for shorts at this point. Just simply based on the context. We opened gap down. There's a close. Yesterday's close. There's the open. Traded up and didn't close the gap range wise. Never mind, POC or settle. And then we've traded off. So context today, in my opinion, is down and showing weakness, or that they're not happy with value higher up by the fact that they're not closing or looking to close that gap so far. We also traded right up here to the current developing value area low, which they've now pulled lower and then sold down again. So those are all things that would make me think context is short or south, or however you want to look at them. Which, fine with me, except the we do have a big pile of liquidity just under that micro composite VPOC, which is pretty obviously right here. So far, two major pronounced distributions. And if they keep monkeying around down here, about 200 more contracts, the POC is going to shift. It's real easy. I don't know, real easy. It's the POC shift is much more erratic in the early sessions of the market. Here's 7,700 and here's 79. So now in about it's already shifted. There we go. But later as the market develops, it'll take a lot larger amount of contracts to generate that shift. I'm going to see though if this where'd it go? Come on, where's the damn mouse? See if we get a shift lower here. Not sure whether that's a reasonable short or not. Where am I going with it? That's the problem. 17 to 15. That's a major liquidity. This is a major area of liquidity and an obstacle. Now, there's not enough range between 17 and 16.5. That's 1 point, right? Even though I'd love to be shorting this right now. Like that. Oh. Yeah. I didn't hear anything there. That's kind of interesting. Usually there's some conversation around that. So at the moment, if we get through this liquidity, we've got the first target here at 12.5 for risk neutral. And the problem I have now is that there's no real numbers below there that I'm seeing. And I'm not liking how this is kind of stalling out. So that's not good that they can't get through this lower than this MVPOC. And I, shot myself in the foot by two handles here by not entering that trade pretty much when I recognized it. And my stops are not above the swing, so none of that entry is any good, to be honest about it. We'll see if what happens here. And I'm not sure what to think about that. If we get some sell action here, no more numbers. Oops, no more numbers coming in that I'm aware of. May hit the plunger down here if we get a little bit positive. I just don't. I think it was my late entry was not any good, and we'll see. We are lower. We've now gotten 9 o'clock past, so the IB30 is a stat which doesn't have too far to go to get that. That says that the high or the low of the first 30 minutes is usually extended in the second 30 minutes. It's just a version of the old IB stat. Can be just the other way around, of course. And I'm not liking this too well. They keep coming up to test that POC, and I'm afraid they're going to jump across it here to see what stops are living up there pretty quick, and that's going to make me pretty disappointed about things. They don't seem to be. My placement is terrible ahead of this liquidity, frankly. The only thing I've got that I think is a bit of a hope here is the fact that the 29, so about. Is that IB low stat. But I don't know if they're going to be able to get it below that developing value area low and take it lower or not. We'll have to see. I'm not liking all this fluffing around down here. That's pretty for sure. I'm just about on the verge to hit the plunger here and go adios. My thinking is that the more times here we go, a little bit further down. So that might be a little bit of a help. I was going to say the more times they hit the POC and test that, the weaker that becomes essentially. And whether this is going to, I don't see any lid on the pot. There's no liquidity coming in on top, which is kind of disappointing. There goes the POC down. Get down there, trade down through that IB low, boys and girls. The magic of day trading here, or trading, I should say. Just seems like it's taken an awful long time down here with this consolidation, and that's not a good thing, except we keep pushing the IB low down, and I'd say it's good time for another push. If they can eat through this liquidity, there's going to be a lot of stops down there, and it'll get down. What we're looking to do here is get to this target, and maybe I should bring that up here. That first target. Get to that, which brings it to risk neutral. but that is essentially a breakout bottom trade. So that's all the way around not a good situation. Pretty quick, they're going to have that thing move lower again if they're not between 82 and we got 78 here now and 82. 21, they're going to get it down a little bit lower here if they keep it up. It's actually moved. This is actually 83.21. The POC should be down here. There we are. Like I said. Like I said. I mean, not that I'm trying to predict anything, but I want to be aware of potential problems with the data or the charting. Take that out, girls. Come on. Just not too... not sure what the hell they're doing, to be honest with you. This consolidation is irritating to me. I'm thinking to hit the plunger here. The IB30 is a very highly successful statistic, but I don't know what this crap's all about. They've got the IB developing value area low right down on top of the IB low now. Are they going to go up there and sweep it and then head it down? That's probably what they're going to do right now. So my desire to have plunged out was probably the good idea. Yeah, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Well, essentially, that was a price check at that earlier mile 3 right here. They just can't seem to get below this thing, though. So that's got me pretty disappointed. And I'm not sure what the heck to do here. There we go. Get down in there. They just can't get, not really getting any buyers down there, but we're not getting any sellers either. So what I would suspect is there's going to be a stop run before too long and take that IB low out. There's a liquidity starting to lift out a little bit right here. This is just maddening. And of course, this is a function of improper entry location. I commented to myself to enter here, and I didn't do it. My stop would be up here, and this would be a completely different ball of wax, obviously. It's moved down again, and it hasn't moved. Trading all over the top of that micro composite VPOC here. We've got another lower move down there at 96.86. I just don't like the looks of this price action at all. And I don't like the looks of this at all. It's down there to my entry again. I will likely hit the eject button. And once you do that, of course, the second you do that, it rips the other direction. The statistic of the IB30 stat is pretty good, but never know when that's going to happen. And I have no clue what this consolidation's all about here, to be honest about it. There's no numbers before 1 o'clock. Yeah, got no idea what they're up to. No idea what's going on now. Developing value area low, they can't seem to get out of that range. I don't like being in a consolidation like this. I have maybe it's just a superstition or something, but it seems to me that the longer price goofs around on your, doesn't move your way more or less right away, then the less likelihood there is that it's going to. I'd like to be a liar and see the bomber come in and just smack that over the head right now. Well, there's the IB low, and they've only got to get a couple more to extend it. Tell you what I'm going to do now. There you go. Now it can take me out, or it can give me a risk neutral trade, and I'm not going to worry about it. That's probably not a good idea, but liquidity did lift off. We did extend the IB low, and let that. It could be a scratch at this point, or not. And maybe we'll get down to a risk neutral. The important part is now I'm not particularly worried about it because it's a scratch. Not a very good, perhaps a good idea about risk management or trade management, but in this case with such a poor entry, I think that's the thing to do. There we go. All right. So that's a scratch. And it'll, undoubtedly take that stop out and go down to the targets. And there it is. And had I not moved it that one little bit right there, I would have been on my target and headed for lower. Wow. I don't know how many times I've got to do that before I realize that that's a bad idea, 42 quarter. Yeah, look at that. Now, I don't know how many times I'm going to make mistakes like that. I don't know what that is. I guess it's just bad trade management again. So this little move right here cost me risk neutral and looking at a target lower. Wow. Pretty disappointing. That's disappointing enough to go on the be right back. So apart with being annoyed with myself from doing these little kinds of things that bite me in the ass every time, it's pretty amazing how hold through all of this, bring it down here to risk neutral. Okay, everything's tough, and just leave it alone. I mean, bring it to break even and leave it alone. That's the same as risk neutral over here, right? And your stop up here. What's the difference? So really amazing, the coincidence of that to the tick. And that's literally to the tick. That's 1475 to 1500. That's one tick away. I'm lazy, I guess, but it's crazy to me how many times that happens. And of course, took out the first target. Now, it would have been break even. Typical risk neutral would have been this target was taken out. So that's the scale. Then your risk neutral up here. If you bring it down here, you've got $150 or 12 and a half, 13 ticks locked in. But that's not the original plan is that you leave it at break even and scratch. So essentially I did the same thing, accomplished the same thing as I would have had this gone back to a scratch. It's just irritating or frustrating or whatever. Why is this stupid thing doing that? God. Text is so irritating. I don't know what's the matter with this thing, why it does it. God. Such a pain in the butt to get the text right on this snaggy thing. It won't seem to remember what I'm telling it to do, and that just irritates me to no end. Okay, so now what are we going to do? No more news until okay, so just some analysis here from my mismanagement, I guess you could call it. Obviously, this was a late entry, and that throws me off, puts me on my back foot always. But haven't gotten close to the stops, and by definition, then I would be scaled and risk neutral right here, and my stop would be up here, and I'd be looking for this target down here. And looks like we're thinking about it anyway. Again, the IB sets at the bottom of the hour, meaning that from that point, the IB low and the IB high will not move. And that puts in play the IB stat, the original IB 60 stat or IB stat. So in, 6-7 minutes, one would suppose that it would be the IB low that would be taken out because we're so close. I would say that's, I have no idea whether there's statistics about that, but, if we're a couple of ticks away from the IB low, you'd imagine that's the one that's going to get hit. And the context of the market is down, so that's sort of seems to follow. And now, pretty disappointed that we're right down on my target again. And probably going to go to T2 here, I would suppose, which would be this one right here. And that's, I keep hearing this damn beep alert. I don't see any issues with IRT. I don't see any issues with Bookmap. And that's the only, but I keep hearing that damn thing and I don't know what it is. Other than irritating. Ah, boy. Really, really stupid to avoid a loss, obviously. I would now be sitting risk neutral in the typical risk neutral setup configuration. Well, I don't know what that racket is, but I don't see any pop-ups or warnings from about anything here. All I do is hear that. And it seems to be quite pronounced because it's hitting about halfway up the desktop audio scale and then the dB levels. And interestingly, I heard no I didn't hear any of the usual voice alerts on Bookmap with price enter or any of that stuff. I'm trying to be quiet here just to see if it's got something to do with my audio input or whether it's, and I'm scanning the OBS, Bookmap, IRT. The only other program I have running is Rhythmic, which is pretty obviously rhythmicing. Otherwise the charting wouldn't be moving. Beats the hell out of me. Oh, well. Let's see what kind of... Yeah, I don't know. I thought I had shut off all the audible alerts and stuff on both IRT and Bookmap. Oh, I know what it might be. It might be. No, I have my Journalytics open, and I was going to say they do have news alerts and stuff like that are live. Maybe that's. I was going to think maybe that was it. That it was a news alert or something from Journalytics. Whoa. Well, that was definitely plenty. Wow. Yeah, I'm going to turn that off. I am shutting that browser down. That was when I shut off one screen of Journalytics. So I'll have to look into that later. And here we go now for T number 2, baby. So, Wuss Trader over here. Wow. Just sit through all this pain and suffering and look at that. One tick, I move it one tick, it pops, gets it, and falls, and takes out the target. Had I waited one breath, I would be risk neutral and looking at perhaps down here. If I was extra nervous, Nelly, I could bring my stop here now, and I would have, would have 24, basically looking at a 24 tick profit. So, man, I'll tell you, I just have a thing about sitting there like a bird on a wire, or grouse. I used to hunt grouse when I was a kid growing up on a ranch in Montana. And a grouse will sit in a tree. And if you shoot the top one, it falls down in front of the others and they'll fly off. If you start from the bottom up, they just sit there. They call them a fool's hen because it used to be a game bird that people in that part of the world, Montana, you could get them to survive because they were a fool's hen, right? You could save yourself from starvation or in the brutal winters up in that part of the world. Our ranch was right on top of the Continental Divide, so you can imagine the snow and cold growing up. Yeah, anyway, so that's I just hate the purpose of that. I mean, the grouse analogy was just sitting there and watching the trade come back and hit your stops. Now that's, I realize the price of production and overhead and all that stuff, but it still seems kind of stupid to me, or it's hard for me to just like right here. Okay. I finally brought it up here. Now the pain was off. The worst I could do was scratch. Okay. Plus a tick or something like that, rather than just sit here and let it trade back up and take them out and then possibly go the other way, which happens frequently. And the important part to learn from that is not so much the trade management. That is very important in not doing this kind of thing here. It's the entry. If my entry would have been correct when I verbalized, okay, right here, if that was the entry, my stops would be up here. My target would have been here. Everything would have changed dramatically. And here comes, there's target 2. So now I would be looking at about 36 ticks of profit, assuming I didn't move my targets at all. And I'd be thinking I was quite the genius. Again, it's there are those which will probably be looking at risk neutral or mean reversions. But if you look at the context of the day, it's down. So in my opinion, no longs for me till I figure out that the banker has turned. And, very valid IB low. And that was the IB, by the way. So the IB stat is set right there. I think. Yeah, IB's up here someplace. Yeah, so the IB stat's very definitely taken out. Could mean revert back up to the POC. Absolutely. Then mid, then VWAP. Or VWAP, mid, sorry. So those are all... What? Like my singing cats here, I've got to mute off. Well, seems like I was definitely on the right track. And I just wussed out. Wow, what a shame. So this is 24 ticks. And down there another 10 or so. Another 5 anyway. Another 5 points, which is 20 ticks. So yeah, that is very, very definitely disappointing. I don't know when the hell I'm going to get around that or why I started doing that. It's some paranoia about losing ground here for some reason. Anyway, it's a whole lot of not good. Quite disappointed in myself here. Now, this maneuver here, this little is definitely disappointing. And I would be risk neutral at this point, which would allow me to bring this back up to the break-even line. And so probably I wouldn't have been taken out here. Otherwise, if I'd have left the stop alone here, I would have been taken out right there. So 6 of one, half a dozen the other. Because once you're, well, no, actually not really, because I would have had 12 ticks profit there and then come back on the second one. So it would have been up, and the trade would have been up 12 ticks at that point. So yeah, it's just stupid all the way around. Not funny necessarily, but I think put the damn thing on and leave. Maybe that's the idea. Okay, so got a few of those things out of the way now. Still kind of disappointed about this. My performance this morning. Kind of very disappointed, but next. Back up to the test this IB low. Will it be a continuation back down? This is a pretty atypical day with all of the news this morning and followed in hot pursuit at 1300 by the FOMC. Meeting, press conference, rate decision, pick a catastrophe, pick a big market mover, and there you go. I'm not sure that, I won't be on that or listening to that because I'll be mid-school run, so that's kind of a disappointing thing. My timing seems to be hard for me to get around here. Looking at this IB low now, testing up. Took one. Okay. I read that. Couldn't believe it. So here we are. It appears, looking at an IB failure. IB continuation. Right in the smack dab in the middle of developing value area low. Right here. Pretty crazy. Classic example. Yeah. Here's this liquidity. Took us a long time to chew through that. Brought the IB low. Took the IB stat right here. And yeah, right here, I guess, right there. TopStep. TopStep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So where are we here? We're bouncing around at this 11.5. Don't know where the hell our obstacles would be, or targets for that matter. Seems like quite a consolidation at the lows. Perhaps too low, and now they're going to test up. We have the VWAP mid and POC up above here. So yeah, teasing this IB low. The context of the day suggests down. The IB low continuation would suggest that or lower, but I have a sneaky feeling they've traded down here a long ways, and they're gonna come up and test this VWAP and mid story up here, perhaps to be a price check at the VPOC. And we have, these stair steps here: consolidation, break, consolidation, break, consolidation. Now what are we going to do? Consolidation. Not sure what to think here. With the mid, the VWAP, and the POC just up there 5-6 points. My guess is that's where price will go, but it's not in the context of the day. So I won't be going long into there, and who knows? Maybe the context has changed at this moment. Maybe that was maybe this is the context change right down here. This consolidation, that's too low. We don't need to get any lower, and then up we go. I don't know. But we got the VWAP and the mid and the POC right here, about 6 handles up. A lot of shorts in the market at the moment. It suggests perhaps they're going to squeeze somebody. I'll have to watch this. I'm not going to take a long here because the context of the market is south. And I have to stick to my guns. Stick to my guns. I'm not sure that I like this way I've redone Bookmap with the filtered bubbles and the last price. This gray line is now the last price. My thinking was that by seeing the color opposite that, In other words, all this here with these greens down here, they're lifting the ask, right? And that's what's taking it up. Because that means the buyers are going across the bid and lifting. Yeah, baby. Well, it looks like that IB continuation is crapping out, and my assumption that perhaps we've turned the tanker around and we're going to hit VWAP mid and POC may be in the cards. Not that I'm predicting anything, but they fussed around with that IB low for a while and didn't seem to like the idea of going lower. So yeah, maybe that 04 is slow enough for them. 03, wherever they got it. 03 quarter, I guess, is about the low. As the tanker turned. So I'm guessing that I missed an opportunity right here. Not that I would have any particular way of seeing that, but I've got to I've got to get those patterns into my brain, my recognition system, because they're asymmetrical, right? So that's basically the mean reversion version of, or asymmetrical trades, they call it other places, where you take this trade right here, you put your stop right there, where you know you're wrong, one tick or something. And then there are those traders who believe that that's a good strategy, methodology, and I have no idea if any of them ever actually, do statistics on their. I don't think I've ever once heard anybody talk about statistics and probabilities apart from Tom. Maybe, I'm sure there are. I'm not saying that there aren't. I'm just saying I'm not sure I've ever heard of anybody do that. And now, do I do the same thing as previously? Do I take that low, that VPOC migration down and short right now, mechanically, basically, looking for lower? Or are they going to, my initial reaction is that this is not a good short because there's the VWAP, there's the mid, right? And that's 5 handles away for a price check at aisle 3. And of course, now they're going to take it down to the IB low and, south of the border, down Mexico way. And I think I better survey the kingdom here and make sure what the cats are eating. Was I right? Was I wrong? Well, they right back to that IB low again about a zillion times. Tested that a couple of 3 times, and now up or down, There's the VWAP, and there's the mid. Oh, my panda. That cat is up to something sneaky here. I don't know what. Find out what's going on. Yeah. I'll be top of the next hour. I've got a short meeting. I do believe I'll let the stream continue though, because I will likely engage again. And I'm endeavoring to stick to my guns about no trades off the stream. I'd be better off to not have them on there if I had performances like earlier today. Pretty novice reaction there. So that IB low, we're still looking at shorts, I think. So is this going to be an IB continuation back down now with the VPOC migration lower? That's the problem with hindsight. When you start seeing this action, then you're going, oh yeah, so this was the short right up here. For every one of those you see, there's one that goes up here and stops you out, I think. And entry now is not good because at 10, your stop's going to be just above the POC. POC being the most traded price of the day, meaning that the chances of going back to test that and or trading on either side of it that's the highest probability, right? Because that is the most traded price. So I think that's pretty logic. I think that's pretty good logic, actually. And the trading is random. The probability of the very next trade is 50-50, case closed. It's going to go up, it's going to go down, period. And it doesn't matter how many times it did one or the other of those previously. The probability of the very next trade is 50-50, and it is a random outcome. Now it looks like we're going to get some headway here and head for lower ground. Getting in this now is FOMO and chasing as far as I can see. You know, it would have been lovely to be mechanical, taking some heat. And now now we're down, 4 points. And now we would be in 4 points. So the scale would have been right about here, which is okay. That's pretty much where the obstacle was. Under the IB low. I still am a little bit apprehensive here under the circumstances. The closer we get to the 1 o'clock, the more I think they're going to be slapping people around. My term for that is cooking retail soup, just grinding them up. And yeah. So apparently that IB continuation is working out. We had a VPOC migration south. That's a good sign. For lower ground, we tested back up to the IB low right here. And now are selling a little bit. Not yeah. Well, I'm not on it, so just talking about it, narrating. And I'm gonna I'm surprised. It's about the third. Yeah. 31. So top of the hour. Do I have to think about? I don't know. Well, again, monkeying around here. Not any real reason why I see this as would have been a particularly good trigger, and we've got the developing value area low coming up down here on the horizon. Would just now be, if you took any of these right out of here, right now, just now scaled. So that's pretty dicey. I think it's safe to assume it's not a good trade location when the distance to failure and the POC, or a major obstacle like the POC, is closer than the risk neutral scale. I would say that's a reasonably good rule to follow. And I try to. Yeah, well, there we go, down to the developing value area low. The thing about this trading business, which is, the way I look at it and the way I believe it's that one can be successful, is that look at it as a probabilities, statistical or probabilities business, much like gaming, like the casino side of gaming. And so you continually looking at a trader needs to collect collect whatever the data, and then identify a positive edge in a specific setup under a specific set of criteria. And, you can stand here all day long and pick out all this different nonsense that's happening and bounce off of that and do off of this. And none of those things are, if you identify a specific set of rules and parameters, then you need to capture the data and verify them before you start taking trades. That's my opinion. Earlier this morning, I was looking at the IB30, and that was the motivation for the trade. Right now, it could be considered the IB continuation trade. They tried to get above it. They didn't get very far. They came down here. They tested back up to it, and now selling off. The only problem how do you look at the problem? Is it considered a good sign that the VPOC migrated down just as you were testing up to the IB low? Or, in my case, it was a cause for caution, because the POC is right here. As I was just talking about a minute ago, it's the most traded price of the day. So when you're here, chances of touching back up to here are more likely than not, because it's the highest traded price. So now they could easily pull this down from 12,517. Where's the next big number down here? That's 9,700. They get down here and trade down here. They get that VPOC to migrate down again. Very possible. And that's right, just below, one tick or two below the developing value area low. So I guess one would have to say that the IB low continuation in conjunction with the VPOC migration was the proper way to look at that setup and take it. I did not do so, but I guess that's, in hindsight, RMT, rearview mirror trading. That would be it. Yeah. So I missed that opportunity. I missed the opportunity of the trade I did put on today. And now this structured setup I didn't take. That's another thing about the business as a statistical or as a business of probabilities. For every setup that you have, a trader has identified a positive edge. Got to take every one of those setups so that the law of large numbers can manifest itself. And that's the whole concept of casinos. And I don't think there's anybody that would argue that casinos are profitable. Now, I'm sure disappointed I'm not on that short. 10 points. There's a 5-pointer anyway. And could very definitely look for lower ground here. Very definitely. Disappointing. One thing, though, that's a stupid attitude. It's, next, right? That's the market is an endless stream of possibilities. So, or opportunities, I should say, maybe. Better way to look at it. Half full, half empty thing. Yeah. Definitely selling down. So what does all this mean? Let's just try to think about that. The FOMC rate decision, minutes, press conference, all that's at 1,300. So what is the market doing now? Are they pricing in no rate cut? These are the macro things I'm not confident about in my own ability, my own understanding. But boy, that was a lovely VPOC migration, IB continuation. Wow. Obviously, this would have been ideal going for this, and then, wow. Football. And something that I didn't notice until, well, that's not really true. I'm not quite, these balls and stuff have still got me a little befuddled here with the way I've changed stuff. A couple of the T-Lab guys who I believe are fairly successful were commenting the other day that having the filters kind of made it easier to see the context and the bigger picture. So that's why I gave it a try, or I am giving it a try here. Right at the low, baby. Now, if you were a bottom picker, you'd throw that long on there and say, oh, it's going to mean revert or go back up or it bounced twice or whatever else. That's not in my books because it is context of the day is short. I don't think there can be any argument about which way the day's going so far. I still have yet to sort out more variety of E-ride back or pause music. I like the walking bass. I'm trying to figure out, apparently this copyright nonsense or story with YouTube is, well, it is it's obviously true and they obviously enforce it. So I'm trying to figure out just take the time to figure out some, background stuff I would be happy with or would, and then how to string it all together into a longer file than this walking bass. This walking bass is from the actual YouTube copyright free music, whatever list or whatever they have, but there's several out there that have obviously, $10 a month, or they're looking for AAR, right? Everybody. And who's to say the music those people are posting? That's the thing that's gotten so weird about the internet. Somebody puts a big site together that's posting, pay me $10 a month for copy free music, blah, blah, blah. And it's no more copy free than Fly to the Moon. They don't have any sign offs or anything else, apparently. So I read the discussion other places. I guess their theory is just make as much as they can until they get caught. What a world. And picking that bottom, is that going to be a good? They're back up here to the value area low. Right, almost. Another tick would have been a little further. Another couple of ticks and it would be scaled. So, you know. Yeah, there you go. There's a scale from 3/2 to 6/2. That would be a risk neutral scale looking for a mean reversion. And it would be an asymmetric entry. And now it's going to cook from the looks of it. But no longs at this point. But maybe not for long. So that entry would be scaled. And this is nothing. I mean, what's that? Outer space. This, you know, then you start getting really crazy and looking at the microstructure here. And well, this is the microstructure VPOC, so I'm going to lean on that. You know, I think the only thing traders are probably better at than the majority of them than losing money is making up crap, you know, making up reasons for trading. Thick. And there's that VPOC migration I was talking about earlier, right down to that where we used to be, that 97 level. Now do you take it? Do I take it? Do I take that VPOC migration now just below developing value area high? And let's just analyze this. The first obstacle, and it's a pretty big one, is the low of the day. It's at 3, and this is 5.5. If you took that exactly mechanically, there's not 3 points of scale to the obstacle. So I'm going to think that rule needs to be adhered to and not doing. I mean, it would be, I'd love to. We're looking at some high volume nodes on the micro composite, and that's about it, you know, outer space otherwise. And now I'm going to have to switch my headset gear and whatnot to my meeting machine. So I'll be right back. Okay, short and sweet. I like that when those meetings are like that. So there we are. Back up to test that VWAP. Price check at aisle 3, maybe you want to call it that. And then, that's what happens. So 1 minute, the mechanical, or not so mechanical, but, okay, here you go. VPOC migration, test up, under, sells off nicely, nice profit. Would have been a nice trade. Same thing happens here, up, and then what? Goes up for price check at aisle 3 and actually touches the VWAP. So, I don't really know how to quantify the trigger or the setup and the trigger. The setup's obvious, I get, VPOC migration, but how you quantify the trigger, or just take every damn one of them, and ones like this you get stopped out on, and ones like this you make a hit. I guess maybe, I don't know. That seems like pretty damn close to gambling. I get, but in reality, if the sample size of data is statistically significant, which is, in my opinion, a minimum of 50 trades with identical context, etc., then you take every one of them. And the law of large numbers would kick in and you'd end up with a profit. Now we're kind of up here at an area where we have tested the VWAP. Price check at aisle 3. We're looking at the bottom of the IB low. So likely down on this VPOC migration south. I think my entry would be late at this point based on the price check at aisle 3 and I suppose this test here at the VWAP would be the better rather than the IB low, I guess. My guess is they have an area which they think is going to be accepted price, or, a good place to start based on the numbers which they expect is going to come out from the Fed at 1 o'clock. They could just kind of slap it around until that time. Having missed this bit here from the meeting at 11. The reason I didn't want to take off the best bid and ask is there's a couple of times when the spread is widened way out, and that's something important to know as far as I'm concerned, and I don't keep a close enough eye on the dome. It's worth pointing out, too, that there is a structured TLAB structured trade, which is VWAP, VPOC. Sorry, VPOC. In this case, your obstacle would have been, I guess, here, 10, so 13.5. You got it around here someplace. You'd be scaled and sitting here fat, dumb, and happy, baby. Trying to eat some of my wife's homemade jerky here and not remember to mute, so I'm not chewing in the damn mic. I apologize. Well, this is the full session V1, VPOC, I'm sorry. And it's now finally aligned back with the current session. Since they parted ways back here by 9 o'clock. This is the VWAP, VPOC for the full session from 1700 last night. And this brighter color is for the current RTH session, which is here. Now they were lined up here right at the open, and now they're back again. So what does that mean? And just a kissing distance above the IB low. And what's going to happen is I'm going to goof around here at this price, these prices, in my opinion. Now, this is just my opinion. They're going to goof around here. I mean, stop and think about it. We're just spitting distance to the mid. That's exactly halfway, right? VWAP. Both VPOCs lined up. They can just chug around here until Powell starts talking at 1. And I'll be in the car from about 12:30. So, timing is everything. To put that mildly. And what is that? So that's a VPOC migration up and down. The current session migrated up, the full session migrated down. They're both below the VWAP, both below the mid. And price is now below IB low and above developing value area high. And what does any of that mean? NQ is also just chugging out. This is the NQ or NASDAQ. It's just flopping back and forth over the mid and the VWAP. Here we are up here. Oh, and IB low too. I forgot to mention that. Or maybe I didn't. This is the MVPOC over here. Damn it. So the MVPOC remains the same. This is the micro composite as I draw. I draw them when price overlaps, and it's pretty much no question about overlapping here. As I can tell. So and these are the high volume nodes as I have them defined. They're automatically plotted by IRT, but you can set how many of them you want or closeness and that kind of thing. And are they going to sell it down now to test that test down here? and the VWAP and the developing value area low. It would appear so. So there you go. One VPOC migration works. One out, up, out. Oh, look at that. That looked like news. Like possible news is 11:30. Nothing. Could just be, well, I don't know what kind of a run there. There's no stop run there. That's pretty weird. They're lifting the ask. Now they're hitting the bed, lifting the ask, hitting the bed, lift. Clearly no possible way to mitigate risk here or trade that. You know, it's there and the next thing is there. So that's a liquidity vacuum, in my opinion. Somebody came in with a big enough order to sweep the levels, sweep the book on the way down. 412 stops out here, it says, and then 3 here. So is that by definition exhaustion, and now they're going to go back up? That kind of hard to believe. And there's 575, and here's the first major obstacles at 3. So there's not enough range for a trade. Maybe I need to rethink these rules. I spend a lot of time talking and watching and then screwing up like the first trade this morning and getting all Nancified and what is it they call it? Not Nancy, but Karen. I think that's pretty funny. I don't know where the hell that came from, but it's pretty funny. These bubbles, again, are delta. And Tom would be talking about this microstructure right here. Low volume area up here was a test, and they went through it. And we're going to trade around this low volume structure. And, yeah. I think that you can see a lot of stuff in the market. And here we are back at the POC. So we tested down to developing value, area low, and then back to the POC. That's pretty much a mean reversion, I guess. I didn't participate, but now there's no setup that is VPOC to anything. So there's no VPOC, VWAP, VPOC mid, any of that stuff. VPOC is the center, and there's no real center out trades. The closest setup structured trade that comes to that, I guess, is VPOC Migration, which we've just had a couple of. Well, here we are. Here's exactly why I don't trade big numbers like this. How would you possibly manage your risk here? Absolutely impossible. So, yeah, it's all fun to watch, but on the other hand, this is not about fun. This is about a business, in my opinion. Whatever works for you is great, but yeah, pretty volatile. Back to the scene of the crime, and down they go. Once again, probably. For me now, this would be a FOMO. Look at that. Too spooky. Yeah, so I guess I guess it's pretty obvious what volatility looks like around a number. There you go. Never quite made it back to the scene of the crime, but pretty close. Excuse me. It looks a lot more manageable on a Renko, but it's still this is still some extreme volatility through here. It looks these breaks looks to me like there was data glitches from fast data. I could be wrong, but yeah, don't know what that is exactly. I never saw it before that I remember. The little black glitches here, and this is the IB low, just the marker for the IB low. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. So it's the big sell off here. It looks like about 10, 10 and a half, 10 and a quarter is something somebody's pretty proud of. I suppose that might be a strike. I don't know. But that's seemingly what they're looking at, and somewhere around the bottom of the century mark here. Now, these are extremely good trades. I'm just wound in too tight to be seeing the range. It's kind of irritating. Yeah, coming. Damn, sorry about that. Always something. So we'll see how they react to the century figure here. They've tested it about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times now. So you got to wonder if that's going to fall down. Yeah, this doesn't look particularly right here. I'm going to refresh my, I don't see the developing VPOC, just flatlined. I guess that's about right, though. I'm going to refresh the data here. Re-download 2,000 days of data. And in the meantime, watch them play around over here with the developing value area low, etc. Okay, and there goes that century figure. That 5.5 is definitely a spot, followed in hot pursuit by 10. I'm a little suspicious here. I'm not seeing the NASDAQ match the ES on my bookmap, RT anyway. There we go. Now it's picked up the slack. Selling and not getting any place here. Sellers not getting any place. High volume node at 94.25. Yeah, I'm not going to get in this. Powell is still talking and they got to release the stuff. I'm going to stand by. And so now I wonder what's going on. Well, here we go. Some more silliness. Yeah, this isn't based on anything market or auction market wise. This is just based on random fluctuation. Well, and so this is a pretty wonderful example of why to not trade numbers or big reports like a FOMC event. Look at this. Powell just walked in the room. Tell me what the hell that means. Tell me what really effect that has on the market. None. This is just speculators trading stuff. That's what 90% of this market we watch is, in my opinion. Got nothing more to do with the value of a S&P than fly to the moon. This is, I think 90% of the intraday movements are just speculation. Just speculators trying to pick each other's pockets. I'm becoming more and more convinced of that. Higher time frames value, obviously. They're positioning for longer term, positioning their portfolios, etc. I remember years ago when the CNBC, it might have even been before CNBC, they would judge the FOMC, the Fed's report, by the thickness of Alan Greenspan's briefcase. And, ridiculous as that sounds is about how ridiculous it is. The hell was that? Must have been late 90s, early 2000s, I guess. So that's just silliness, and certainly nothing I'm going to trade. Love to. RMT is fantastic in these kind of days. Really. build up a lot of those imaginary profits. RMT is rear view mirror trading. Everybody is a pro. Wow. My IRT is behind in plotting. Yeah. It's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Not any lag on my data here. This is just on IRT calculating the volume profile from the looks of it. That's pretty ridiculous. And they're just snapped into place. And it's not my machine. This is a 12900K Windows 11, 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. You know. Now what are we doing? Now we going down? Now we going up? What? My, look at it go. That would have been a lot of fun, right? 32 points. 22 points, I guess. On that big bubble and up. Now, how in the hell would anybody know that? Or I'm sure there will be. I'm sure there will be people who say they did. And I'm not monitoring the speech, so I got no idea. Maybe he's saying we're going to give away money for all I know. Well, well. Three holes in the ground. I can't really say what I think here. I mean, it's the FOMC, and I'm sure lots of people trade that, make money on it, and I suppose I could do that too, but it just seems like it's contrary to prudent risk management. I don't know. I see the swings so extreme that I don't see how. A, I don't have any vetted edges in this environment. And that's the first rule. The second of all, being able to control your risk. And I don't think you can do that in this environment either. So there you go. I think that's a good excuse to go have a nap. Well, come on. Yeah, I'm not going to engage with this, even though I see us hitting into a string of singles over here and this real low volume area, or, which is the same, equal to this real low volume area. And I would, suggest to me lower, but there we are. Again, this has not got anything to do with value or market auction theory. I don't think it's got to do with newsreaders and speculation. That's it, in my view. So they can speculate themselves right all over the place there if they want to. Testing that value area high. It's borderline. Well, I guess it's just still rotational. I was going to say kind of borderline trendy, which means the value is not really applicable, but it's still pretty much rotational, I think. So there you go. There's today. Boom. Mm-hmm. Never guess where Powell showed up. Here's I don't think the rates are going to get cut. Jabber, 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 jabber. Ooh, Powell comes out to talk and sky high. We go. Buckaroo. Yeah, who buckaroo? And here we are down to there again. So that was a good 15 handles. Oh, somebody's riding this stuff up and down. It ain't going to be me because I don't have any idea why they're doing what they're doing. Why is there all those? Well, that's a bunch of stops. That's a bunch of long stops getting taken out right there. No, that's the other way around. That would be a bunch of reconnection successful. OBS lost connection. So did my Rhythmic, apparently. I guess everything's still working. Piece of hell out of him. Looks like it is. Yeah. I would have no clue which way I'd want to go. Short or long, who the hell knows? It's probably going to go short, I guess, again. But, stupid. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go think about it. Well, this has certainly been Mad Hatter's wild ride here. This is the micro composite low coming up here at 73.5. I've considered taking a short out of here, but I just couldn't quite bring myself to be that much of a breakout guy. Having said that, I left like 10 points on the table just standing here watching it go down, one blast after the other. This is based on the fact that Powell says a rate cut in March is unlikely. So, everybody fell out of bed. Yeah, this is, I see no logic here other than the test of the previous MCVPOC and perhaps the low. Now they're just, flashing and flying. I don't know what the hell they're up to. And I'm not going to put capital at risk on that. I'm sure there's guys that took the shorts and good for them. And, probably somebody took it off the bottom long too. There's always a somebody. I mean, obviously someone did because buying took it up just as selling takes it down. So, somebody's on the right side of it and somebody's on the wrong side. That's how it works. Yeah, disappointing. Yeah, so here I sit. 211. Love to put a short on and grab a couple $100 out of this thing, but I'm not real comfortable with that. And what is it? Where am I trading it? Just for the hell of it? I don't guess that's a very good idea. Now all of a sudden it changes. There's some liquidity that it's hit it down at twice. High volume node there. Yeah, I don't think that there's any future in this for me. I'll sign off at 2:30 before I go for the final school run of the day. Yay, me. Well, here we go now. In about 2 minutes till the bottom of the hour. I'm going to not take any trades here. This is pretty craziness. All based around the Fed Chairman Powell's conversation or testimony, whatever you call it, press release, press announcement, and their decision for the rates. I'm sure there was some big money made with some long short or some well, probably both longs and shorts, but more likely shorts. I've got one trade that I nervous Nellied on, and as a result, just scratch plus a couple pizza or something there, and it's Jesus. I don't even remember where my entry was, but it's probably 60 or 70 points, close to 100 points above here. So, that's disappointing to say the least. Let's see about that. It's real curious, actually. That's pretty curious. 49.15.50 was my entry. So 25-30 points above here. Excuse me. Wow. Need my nap. No levels here that I can see. There's a high volume node down here. We're bouncing around the bottom of the the micro composite. There's the micro composite low. Can see the low of the day down there. Love to get a short here for about a quick 3, but pretty, that would be random, basically gambling, because there's no rhyme or reason I would have a short there. And essentially that's shortened from the inside out. If you want to look at this as a micro composite, that would be the micro POC or the micro high volume node. So this is the low. Could be considered the outside edge for mean reversion. This might be a 81 opportunity back to 85. Probably more likely. And with that, I'm going to wind it off here now with my one less than stellar trade, but reasonably good read on the market, and patience, which is also a virtue. Remember, there are 3 positions: long, short, and flat. And I was flat for the most of the day, and wish I was short now. Well, I'm actually very tempted to take a short here, because if they can get below that MCL, the micro composite low, there's going to be one big pile of shorts down there, or stops down there. Is going to be a lot of fuel. Whether that'll happen here in this closing minutes or not, I don't know. Here's what I mean. This is the micro composite. And here's today's trade. Oh, here's the low. I'm going to be stops living down here from all of this up trade. Really, this last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. So yeah, but there's a lot of people selling down here. Would they be longs liquidating? Would that be people trying to initiate new positions? That's always the issue. And I don't have time to babysit this. So even if I put a trade on, I wouldn't be able to manage it properly and would have to leave. With that, I will leave the stream and all the best in the morning.